bum bum bum. I can't come in socks anymore since I hired my mom as my housekeeper. That's just weird. So now I just have to swallow my load. It's the only way to dispose of it properly. Yeah, but now she knows Lacquer. It's different when she didn't know. Now she's aware. She's watched the stream and heard about it. Never heard of its issue. I'm saving the environment, dog. If you want to just not care about this beautiful planet, that's your choice. But it's wrong. Played a bit today offline, deal with it. Had moments here and there. I really need to get more turrets up. I didn't order the shittens or request them. I cannot be blamed for this. Where the fuck are you idiots going? Oh, there's two guys. These aren't my guys. Who are these guys? Run, idiots. I didn't kill you. My guys are gonna immediately want to go eat that. In fact, jokingly I don't remember requesting them. I feel like this was just a Blaze It did it for fun sort of deal. But you can blame me if you want. I got a solar flare with all this going on. Buddy, you gotta wait. What, you don't put out fires? Not a priority to you? I literally picked the one guy who doesn't put out fires. That's pretty amazing. I don't do fires, man. Good kill, good kill. Oh god, watch out. Oh god, watch out. Watch out. Are there any more? Seems safe. Stupid psychic drone, fuck off. I need food so bad. Give food, please. Is there any more random dead animals that I can eat? Nope, that one we already killed. Mark, thank you for 35 months. It's a dead alpaca. Hey, thanks for the $5. It's a cool last name you got there, Osiris. You get the first one on the list. A fast learner with an annoying voice. Death. You get this one. Trigger happy, eats a lot. Oh wait, Mark was first. I lied to you, Death. Mark is trigger happy and eats a lot, likes mining and doctoring. Volatile, quick sleeper, that's tough. Death. Just Death. We're gonna leave out the numbers. Hope you don't mind. And last but not least, Blue Boy. You're pretty good, Blue Boy. Undergrounder, fast walker, night owl, animals, mining, shoot good, construct a little. Hey, Rev. I found some accidental holes and made my base bigger than I wanted, but, you know, that's life. And you'll die first or never die. Only two options. Boy. You're gonna daze right next to that corpse before you brought it home. Oh, I'm upset. No. Oh, it's because Blue Boy ran into Blue and he couldn't handle it. Dazed him out. Tyrone, I think it was 78 months. Yeah, I've had this exact math. It's a fact. I need to build this. This is safe while I wait. H, thank you for the 60 months. Fuck this heat, I know, man. My daughter had her, like, first... It's not even really cheer, it's... The school, like... has a pep rally to introduce all the teams, including cheer. And those poor kids had to stand in the football field for, like, 40 minutes while some new coach gave a speech. It's like, dude, our kids are out there fucking dying in the heat. Like, I get it, you're excited to be here. You're trying to raise some booster bucks, but... My poor child. $5 years? Sounds close. It's basically what he said, Tyronin. Then we had to, after that, there was a speech from the new superintendent, who was possibly the worst human being I've ever seen. I don't know if that's true, but he just had the look of the worst human being I've ever seen. You know when you look at somebody and just go, yeah, that guy sucks. That was him. And then his speech sucked. He like spent a lot of time making us clap for him on command. Every so often he'd like say, give me two, and we had to clap. If he felt like he was very ex-military. And he kept talking about how much he loves this town, but like, I was sitting with a bunch of people and like, everybody around me is like, does anyone know who this guy is? Kept talking about how he was so happy to return back to this town, and we're like, has anyone even heard of him before? And this is a small town, right? Everyone knows everyone. He must have drove through here once on a road trip or something. He's the superintendent. He's the bigwig now, which is real sad because I really liked my old superintendent, but you know, people get old, unfortunately. The new coach was a girls basketball coach, and like he has daughters, so I know he meant what he was saying, but the amount of times he like said that coaching girls was his lifelong dream was just it just starts to get creepy. Angel Raider, thank you for the 2 gift subs. I mean, he's got daughters, so like I get, caring about girl sports when you have daughters. I'm sitting there at cheerleading, right? Like whatever my daughter is doing, I'm gonna be there 1,000% until I drive her crazy. She made me leave earlier. Am I annoying you? Yes. So I had to leave and let her hang out with her friends alone. There is no good way to phrase, especially like that that situation with male female is no good way to word that and not be weird, but I agree. He seemed like a genuinely nice dude. This guy didn't have that. No, like I feel bad even picking on him a little because he seemed like a really good person. So he's probably a serial killer, but like he seemed nice. I've said a bunch. I get so many dirty looks from the moms and the dads for like how involved I am in cheerleading. And I get it. I could be a creep. But it's the only thing my daughter does. I'm gonna be there at every single practice and every single cheer event. She wants to start gymnastics this year too. So that'll be interesting. I always wanted to play sports in school and just never had anyone that pushed me to do it at all, and so I was scared. It's a weird one, right? Because like you don't want to force your kids to do shit, but at the same time I know that if I would have been motivated like at all by my parents to play sports, I would have been all over it. What's burning in the mushroom? That's a campfire to keep them warm. And I don't know if it's sports is like this everywhere, but I finally got the balls to try out for football my junior year, and I made the varsity team. But you just never fit in because these kids have been playing ball together for 12 years, like, or whatever it is, at that point. They've been playing ball together for like forever, And I ended up just walking away from it. And I don't know if that's just small town stuff or if that's just sports in general. I was the kid who fought everyone. True, I had fought like half the kids on the football team, but we were usually cool after we fought. I really like playing sports. Like, I played a lot after school and stuff. Buttered ham, that's awesome. That's a big school then, huh? My school is very tiny. I think my daughter My daughter's grade is big enough that they had to hire an extra teacher. It's like this oddball big grade, and I think it's like 90 kids, right? So the normal size I think is like 60 to 75. But Rocket football has 96 kids playing Rocket football. Then it was hilarious having them all run out on the field today because it was just a swarm of children in football gear. Wait. Oh, you're saying okay. I see what you're getting at. I thought you meant that you were on. So, okay, I see what you're getting at. That's that's tough. That's the thing, right, Demon? It's that like, and I know I at first I was just hands off with all of it, and just letting her tell me when she wanted to do things. Um, but I think it like I was trying to say that a little push to to be like, hey, have you thought about trying, or take them to a game, that kind of thing. I think that's healthy. Maybe, maybe at least with me it would have been healthy. But yeah, saying she tried to do scouts because Boy Scouts became uh, boys and girls now, and she tried to do scouts, and I could tell that she was only doing it because she knew I was so excited about it. So I let her. She didn't even ask to drop. I just stopped making her go. By making her, I mean, we just stopped going. COVID helped with that one. And I get how parents get overboard with it or upset with it too. None of those sports are cheap to get into. The amount of money you have to spend. Just to have your kid try it 3 times and go, I hate this. Turtle name was 15 months. Hence your hatred. I loved playing baseball. Hate watching it though. Loved playing it. It's a great sport. You didn't have to run hardly at all. You got good long rests between your runs. Big fan of that. I decided to start working out today. Somebody in chat, I think it was fucking Kake, that cocksucker, who'd been listening to me say that I used to really enjoy working out before streaming, made a comment about how long's it been since then, and I was like, 8 years. So anyway, I dug out all my gym equipment the other day, set up a gym in my barn, and I decided today was the day. It's 90 degrees and like 9 million humidity. And I was just soaked head to toe. I stripped down into just my underwear because I couldn't deal with wearing soaking wet clothes. And then I'm, going through the motions, and after I was done with a set, my shoulder was just killing me and I couldn't move it. I couldn't lift it. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so old. On my first day, I wrecked my shoulder, but I just got so dehydrated, I think, that my muscles started locking up. It was a really weird feeling. I'd never experienced it before. Got home, slammed some water, and it feels fine now. Coin starting with 47 months. I do enjoy it. I love it. I've always enjoyed it. I just haven't done it because I'm lazy too, Gotta stay hydrated. Dude, I was slow and light. That was the thing, Duran. I was like very slow and light today. I know. Before streaming, I lived in Wisconsin. I got some pretty good help from some guys who were like state record lifters and stuff like that. There was a bunch of them at the gym I was going to, and just total meatheads, you know. And they weren't pushing that lifestyle on you either, you know, like the idea that you have to deadlift 400 pounds and shit. Just good advice and surprisingly decent dudes. They were all older though. They lifted, like, went for old man records, like 40 plus records, I think. It's been about 10 years, Buttered. No, not quite. It's going on 10 years though, so yeah, it's definitely different. You can feel the difference. So we'll see. Day one, you know? I did it. It was a stupid day to do upper body because I have a fishing tournament tomorrow, so I'm going to probably be in agony. I don't think I get as sore in my old age as I used to. We'll see what tomorrow looks like. Or I've just gotten accustomed to being sore. One of the two. Try jujitsu? No, I got no interest in a martial art. I like lifting. It's fun. Arlene? Oh, speaking of Arlene, I need to convert Cockay. That makes sense in my head. Don't question it. What the fuck? What are you at? Oh, you can hit that. Golf? I always wanted to try golf. When I was a kid, we used to go down and just fuck around at the driving range. Chemical interest and sickly. 13 mining, though. That's something. Oh, it's storming again. I also really like running, but I think I'm getting too old for that shit. Cross country's another one I wish I would have done growing up. Time to power walk. Only if I can get one of those helmets they had in Malcolm in the Middle. I put on like quite a bit of weight this last couple months, like a weird amount of weight the last couple months that has me like, I'm not worried too bad about my, you know, my how I look, but like I know weight gain can come from other things too, like thyroid and stuff like that. I just gained like a lot of weight really fast without really changing anything in my life. Maybe I just hit that wall with the old age thing, huh? But I have to put on like 10 pounds, 15 pounds, which for me is a lot when I'm normally like a 140-pound guy. In a matter of, can't be more than a month or two. Once you hit 32, you're practically dead anyway. Jesus, I'm 1 year past dead. Was a good run though. Made it longer than most people expected. In my yearbook, I got most likely to die before 30. Not really, but that's pretty cool. My my town should have that one. It's a good way to go through. Ooh, I think we have somebody who's like crazy hard to recruit. You're not converted yet though, are you? You're not even very good. Why are you so hard to recruit? I mean, he's just gonna do it. My dad's fucking still crazy thin, so I was just hoping I'd get lucky and be genetically identical to him. I mean, I pretty much look exactly like him, so. My brother used to be pretty heavy, but he's lighter than I am now. What killed the buzz? Turning the volume all the way down and the gain all the way up. It's a temporary fix. That was the wrong person to go try to recruit. I really wanted to level this guy's social, but it's never gonna happen, and I should just give up on it. I was only gonna do it because I accidentally made him a royal. Can they use both research benches if it's a low tier research, or will they not? Science. She blinded me with science. Yeah, you would think it would cause hella distortion. I'm not sure why it's worked. And it makes me wonder if what we thought the problem was isn't the problem. Because I thought it was just a feedback loop from USB port, but I don't know now. Okay. Damn, you guys are scrapping. Healthy fight. Who's up? We did Blue Boy. Trevor. Nope, he just has one game, not multiple. What are you gonna do for us, Trevor? You're not a terrible cook. Not a terrible crafter. I I'll let you cook. That's a 9. War Parakeet. That was a lot to take in with very little capitalization. I hope it's not buzzing again. I did a little listen before I started. I'll cry. My air conditioner might be making noise, but... Dun, dun, dun. Why isn't it telling me you don't have a gun? I hear nothing. That's also not good. Okay, you are using... Okay, they are both going for these older researches, huh? I already told them to pick up a weapon. We need to smooth some floors. I forgot. I shouldn't have done that many. I also need to get power moved over to this side of the base. I should do it through here. It's hanging. Down, down. I guess I could put a door in here somewhere, but why? Who needs them? Doors? Pfft. Overrated. That's not true. That just gave me flashbacks to Cobalt's bathroom, no door. Down, down, down. The new DLC is good. I haven't touched the newest update that just happened yesterday, but... Oh yeah, I don't have power over here yet. Dum-dum. George, thank you for the 76 months. Oh god, release the Kraken. Drop the low core though, that's the one that I still randomly wake up cold sweats hearing. Cobalt yell drop the low core. When I first got to Cobalt's for the first time ever, I pulled into his driveway, I got out of my car, and I could hear him yelling drop the low core from outside his home. He's like the opposite of me. Well, he keeps his volumes really low on like on OBS, but he's yelling all the time. I keep my volumes low and don't yell. Thanks, Trait. Yeah, of course he has. He's gotten old. We all have. I think it's all the metal he listens to. He's maybe a tiny bit deaf. Yeah, they've got developing ideologies now. Kids tend to help with that. I don't know. We had Alice young, you know? So I don't think we were ever like the quiet, normal parents growing up. So Alice can sleep anywhere. She's like me. She can fall asleep in a hurricane. You can yell and scream and she doesn't care. Certainly slept through a hurricane. That was weird sounding thunder. It was either really quiet thunder or a dude just farted outside my door. Come on in. God, imagine if my door opened. Fire's the only one that I woke up before everyone else in. I was on a boat once that caught on fire. Well, something in the boat caught on fire. And everybody else was still asleep. It was spooky. But I slept through construction workers taking the window out of my bedroom. I didn't wake up until they were dragging my bed out from the wall to finish the inside of the window. And I sat up in bed and made grown-ass men scream like children. Fire on a boat seems pretty like a nightmare. What happened? Um, my dude threw his pants on a candle. And they sat there smoldering on the candle until they eventually engulfed in flames. The good news is we put the fire out and the boat was on land. When we were teenagers, my friend's dad had a boat, a sailboat. It was an old piece of shit, but it was big. And so we would use it like our apartment to, bring potential partners to. As a place where our parents weren't. Even when the boat was on land, it was still. And because it's a sailboat, if you've never seen like a large sailboat, they have very large keels, which are these big blades on the bottom that keep them from tipping over. So in order to get on a sailboat that's on land, you have to climb like 25 feet in the air. The old pleasure cruise. Yeah, it was fun. I'll just say it was fun. I've never been like a big sleep around kind of guy, but I mean, growing up even, I love the chase, and it's a problem. Then I end up in a relationship with him and go, why did I do this? That's me, in a nutshell. Tainted Grail. Nope, never heard of it. It fuels your anxiety. I mean, I thrive on awkward, and there is nothing more awkward than courtship. I find awkward just incredibly fun and hilarious. Wow, whoa, 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 no. That is not true, Lacquer. That is not true. Brand's around here somewhere. Shiver Warp. I will say, like, if I've gotten a bit of shit over the years, which is funny considering I've been doing this for 8 years and dated 3 people from my stream. But anyway, uh, I do suck at the relationship part. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. I instantly backpedal in my brain. 3, yeah. 3. You've only had one relationship in that time? Yeah, but like 3 in 8 years is still not. It's not like I'm some crazy freak, all right? Get off my back. Bad at the dating part? I've never really, so I think that's part of my problem. I skip the dating part. I'm an idiot. Like, hey, we just met. We should live together. That could be fun. Boom, 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 boom. What positioning? You don't want to live with me, Blaze It? Is that what you're saying? Wow. I thought we really had a chance. Oh, I thought this was like you were... it's intentional so they don't shoot each other. Asshole. They're evenly spaced. This one's off. The commune? I mean, I don't know, like, how that would work in a custody battle. And I always got to keep that on my mind, just in case I go off my rocker a bit, you know? But I'm down. I just need funding. And that's really the issue. I should start a commune Kickstarter. I feel like my ex-wife would certainly take me to court over that one. And probably win. Maybe, I don't know. Probably. I need a lawyer. What if a sex cult girl from your past shows up? She won't. Trust me. She's married. She OD. Wow, that's fucked up. No, she's just married. Just get. I don't think that's gonna happen. Today was the first time I had to see my ex and her new boyfriend together, and they showed up at my daughter's event. And I am very proud of myself that I'm not in prison right now. Because it was tough. I'll tell you what. It is to spy. Ow, pain. Yeah, it was tough. It's not that, like, for those that don't know, the dude was a total fucking prick. My wife and I have been divorced. How long, chat? Like 6, 7 years? She just didn't leave. She divorced me but didn't leave. But anyway, the dude was a total fucking prick. That's what it's about. That's what pisses me off. I just want to, you know, I don't like people who are dicks, and I want to punch their face, right? Like, that's all. Was it self-restraint, or is he just bigger than you and you were a bitch? We have a funeral on Friday. Her grandpa died yesterday. So I figured beating up her boyfriend the day after her grandpa died was probably not a cool play. And, like, I'm going to the funeral with my daughters, so, like, after that, though, I figure... They said they did Doge, so we'll see. Why didn't you eat? Are these mechs? Oh, they are. Also, for those that don't know, my ex-wife works for my family's business. She also lives next door to it. The worst part is he parks in front of one of my family's company's cameras. So, like, I can't even piss in his gas tank because it'd be on my own goddamn camera that I got caught. Right after it happened, I asked my little brother who works there too. I was like, hey man, the camera doesn't see where he parks, right? Oh no, you're good, you're good, you're good. And then I was in there like a month later and I'm looking at the camera and it's staring right at his car. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? It's like, oh, I didn't notice. My little brother is adorably dumb. I love him to death. But he has the awareness of something unaware. could scrub the footage like a spy. No, I don't have. See, I don't have keys. My dad. It's a very fucked up situation in my family's business right now. Um, my dad is trying to retire, and as my dad started retiring, my brother took over the company. He hired my ex-wife, my dad's ex-wife, and my little brother. And now me and my dad, who like we're the two that like motorcycles, like the business. My brother hates motorcycles and hates people in general, and capitalism. He's a communist. Uh, and now both our ex-wives work there, so it's very awkward. What about his new wife? Yeah, he's got a new wife. She's a poli-sci doctor. Whatever that means. I don't know. Oh, my dad's new wife? No, they got divorced right away. Turned out he wouldn't want me to air his dirty laundry. But let's just say they're not, well, they're not married anymore. I feel like I got some of the same issues as my father. I tried to avoid them. They're not married together, or anymore, but they're together. There's no story. I'm not sharing my dad's story. He's not me. I'm really, for real. This is a for realsies. Still together. Yeah, like me and Kim. She divorced me in like 2016 and just moved out, what, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago? I think this will be 2 years. Oh, they're horrible together, but they're still together. They drive me insane. I have this, I don't know what it is about my personality, but I have this innate ability to attract all of my dad's girlfriends to come to me and bitch about my father. And it is the most obnoxious shit in the world to like listen to these women just scream and yell and tell me how horrible my dad is. And I'm like, I know. He really, yeah, I know. She's like almost my age. Yeah, I think she's like just turned 40. And that's my dad's problem right there, right? And, you know, like I said, I tried to stay kind of the opposite of my father. Growing up was funny, but now that I look back at it, or as I got older and started looking back on it, it's gross. But like, we had two different women throw a brick through the same window. The same brick. One woman showed up, caught him with another woman, threw a brick through his bedroom window. Dad cleaned up the mess, put the brick back outside as like a garden block. Later that evening, another woman shows up, catches him with that woman, not just any woman, but the woman that threw the brick through the window, and she throws a brick through the same already broken window. They put the brick. He got rid of all of the bricks after that. He decided they weren't a good idea. And like, I shouldn't laugh because it's pretty horrible, but what else do you do? You know? It is, though. It is the part of me that didn't want to be a a womanizer like he is. And now he calls me to, like, you know. What did he say to me the other day? There's a million of these lines that he uses me as like his moral guide, right? He doesn't actually, but he thinks he is. God, I don't remember. Basically, he called me the other day and was just like out of the blue. Well, I listened to your advice, and I broke up with all but one of my girlfriends. I was like, that wasn't. It's not. Progress. It's not though, because it doesn't last. I'll get another call in a few weeks of something similar. God, he had one really bad one about turning down tail. I don't remember. But basically, we had a conversation the night before, and he was talking about women and how hard it is to be alone, because, he's like never alone, but he's trying to be alone. And I was like, yeah, I've been alone quite a while now, which of course to my dad is just sex. That's it, right? So then, yeah, to get a call the next day and be like, well, since you've been doing it for so long, I turned down X amount of tail tonight. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, Dad. Thank you. Thank you. That makes me very happy to hear. I'm glad my lack of a sex life is motivation for you to also not get laid. He means well, I think. I don't know. I love him anyway. What am I gonna do? I do love him. I don't know why. My dad's gonna run out of women soon? Nah. Nah. I thought that in 1996. So, we were decently well off growing up. I'd say like upper middle class when I was like 5 or 6. Then my parents got divorced when I was 7. And my dad spent like the next 6 years just doing nothing but getting drunk and sleeping around. And spent every dollar he'd ever earned. Every other weekend we went to Dad's, and it was a different woman's house every other weekend. Which wasn't all bad. It was actually kind of entertaining, but, don't get crushed. He'd be so mad at me. He's probably listening and already mad at me. Fucker. Since his parents passed, it's been really tough because, like, I do feel like, I've kind of taken this weird role of listening to his problems, which isn't really a role I want as his son. Enjoy everything with the gift sub. Thank you for the follow. don't really want to weaken that wall that much. Guess I could come down here. Oh yeah, that would be easy. Let's do it. Oh wait, that doesn't fit. I'm an idiot. This is chat's fault. God damn it, chat. Would that fit there if that bridge wasn't there? I don't think that much of it can hang in the water. Only one way to be sure. Why are you so shit? Excuse me. Oh, you can't because of the power line. Fine. Oh, that's exciting, Angel. Are you still not, obviously you're still not out of the woods there, but are things going well? Is health progressing well? How premature was the kid? I can't remember. You probably will have to, Aqua Rats. Did you figure out a decision on Universal? That's such a funny one. Family's so annoying. Especially with kids. And like, they all think they did a great job, and they maybe did, but the only person who gave me good advice when my daughter was born was my grandma, and she said, don't take anyone's advice to raise your kid. But now I've realized I took her advice, which is like, she told me not to. You're getting better? Good, Raider. It's a terrible catch-22. I catch myself, especially with my mom, but I catch myself going against my normal parenting when she'll chime in, and I gotta like, wait a minute, no, that's not right. That's not how I do things. But it is weird because you're just so used to mom knows. My mom is also. I'm ragging on my parents. Rag on my parents' night. Mom cleaned my house today. I should. God, she can never put my Tupperware right, though. I have an organization for my Tupperware, chat. The lids, they got little spots they go, and then they stack perfectly together. But she just throws them in there. The lids, the bowls. Anyway. What I was saying is my mom is like the worst guilt person I know. And I know she doesn't mean to hurt anyone's feelings, but she... Just like the look on her face makes you feel guilty when you go against her wishes. My mom needed the extra cash, so I don't like cleaning either, so I've been paying her to clean. Plus, it's an excuse for her to come over and see her grandkid, you know? We had the biggest... I told this the other day. We had the biggest, dumbest fight. The other day, we were watching... The other day being 4th of July, we were watching fireworks. And as we're leaving the fireworks, my daughter starts crying because she's missing a stuffed animal that she had just gotten at the zoo with her grandma. I'm an idiot. I pulled over the car in all the traffic, the crazy firework traffic, and I got out. My mom is screaming and yelling at me about it's not worth getting hit by a car. It's to find a stuffed animal. And I know she was right. But when my kid's crying, I'm going to try to solve it. So I go running back to where we parked, and it's like a 20-minute run through traffic in the middle of the night after fireworks. And by the time I get back to the car, my mom has absolutely lost her fucking mind, which I get. Her son is doing something stupid, and she's just sitting there witnessing it. So she's getting heated, and then I get mad at her for getting heated with my daughter, and we're screaming and yelling at each other, and all of a sudden my little brother's girlfriend just starts crying, and like none of us know why she's crying. So then we're just yelling at her, like, what the fuck is your deal? You're not making anything better. It was so dumb. And I didn't find the stuffed animal. We're like 3 minutes from home. Nobody has said a fucking word. And Alice reaches under her ass and pulls out that stuffed animal, and she's like, I found it. Me and my mom, of course, made up, and she understood. You know, like I was willing to die to find that stuffed animal if it meant like if I'm gonna die doing something trying to make my daughter happy, like I'm good with that death. And my mom was just trying to protect me. Like I get that, but neither of us still understand what my brother's girlfriend was upset about. And she hasn't talked to my mom for like 4 months because of it. Are you guys gonna attack me or what? It was really nice to take a trip with my mom, though, man. We were dirt poor after my parents got divorced. Like I said, that was the weird part. We were well off until my parents got divorced. My dad did some shit to hide some money, and like I said, then stopped really working. He still paid child support, but we went from like, you know, pretty decent life to mom working 2 jobs and never home, you know. So she hasn't had opportunities to do like anything like that, so it was really cool to get to do that with her. So thank you, chat, for letting me go. I think it's like the first time I've taken a decent vacation and didn't come home to massive sub losses. You're all too kind to me. Where's the other ones at? Where's it? Oh, they're coming. Yeah, I'm at that point now, Aquarat, that like, which is good and bad. Like it's good for me and, you know, my stability, my financial stability, but it's bad for me and my motivation too, right? Because like I have a pretty consistent sub number for many, many, many years now, but it also means I'm not super motivated to try new shit. Well, I clearly need to fix that. If it works, yeah, I guess. Half of you aren't even shooting. You're just wasting your time. But yeah, I'm glad to be here, sweet. And unfortunately, I can't be anyone else. I've tried a few times. Don't try. I mean, I got my flaws, man. Too many of them. A night owl undergrounder who likes nothing super useful. Just identity theft someone back? Nah. That sounds like work. That's my biggest flaw. I'm just unbelievably lazy, and it's getting worse. I'm trying. An Apex streamer? I got invited to play Apex the other day. I said no. I like shooters though. I liked my PUBG time, and was that the only shooter I played? Pretty much. I liked my PUBG time though. It was fun. I like to do that stuff once in a while too, you know. I know it's never gonna be like super successful for me, but it's a nice break from the norm. The random shit, the magic, whatever, Hearthstone, PUBG, fishing, things to give me a break from. I certainly get tired of video games. I'm trying really, really hard. There is going to be maybe one coming up that's going to be a shocker. I'm trying really, really hard to get my daughter to learn, and she spent 2 days this week. She was with me practicing, but to learn Minecraft on the PC. And then I would like to do like a weekly Minecraft stream with Alice. I'll need your help, chat, so I don't embarrass myself. She's wanted to do a survival run to the end, but she never commits to it, you know? So, and she's 8. But I thought we'd try to do start with just a classic Minecraft to the end. No, I thought we'd just start with a classic Minecraft at the end. That's more what she's interested in. She does. She is interested in mods, like that's the biggest motivator to get her to play PC. Besides streaming, she likes the idea of streaming. I thought we'd start simple, you know? I tried to play it on my own with her. Like, we started a world together and I was just running around trying to do my own thing. And I'll tell you what, I have no fucking clue what I'm doing in that game anymore. It certainly doesn't seem like a game you can just figure out on your own anymore. Like, they haven't bothered to tell you how to do everything in Minecraft because they just assume you're looking it up. Nice, Quiet Lion. Diet's everything, man. It goes for, like, gaining, you know, losing weight, gaining muscle. Like, everybody in the weightlifting and exercise world will tell you diet's everything. And the hardest fucking part, man. Both ways. I have tried to bulk and lose weight, and they're both incredibly difficult. It's not just that it's too delicious. It's really hard to be super effective with your eating, and like, it takes a serious commitment, man, to really, and a schedule, and like, you know, a life that you can work around it. It's not something you can just do. All right, 40. I think at some point we'd like to look at modded. I don't really know. Like, I think so many mods are going to be way outside of her realm, but I know like the Pokemon one I think was pretty popular, and probably she could handle it. And she'd probably like it more than she liked Pokemon. Was Pokemon always so goddamn slow and wordy? I felt so bad for my daughter trying to play Pokemon. She like really liked catching Pokemon, and she really liked fighting Pokemon, but she didn't like the combat either. But God, it's so fucking slow, dude. It's so slow. Even the combat is so slow. They still gotta tell you it's super effective. It's awful. Like, I understand why she didn't like playing it. She loves Pokemon, but she had no interest in playing. And then I'm driving her insane, yeah. I know we've talked about this before, but I don't remember it feeling so fucking slow. But a lot of games were. Oh, there's somebody else who needs to be... Wait, somebody's named Name still? No. Oh, the prisoner. You're supposed to be converting him. Didn't I have somebody else I needed to convert, though, now that I'm thinking about it? Yeah. Angel Raider. Nah, just like we were talking about with sports earlier and shit. I've learned, man, I can't force her into any games. Every game I've tried to force her to play, she hasn't liked. But she's still found her way to gaming. So, like, I'm not, you know, I'm happy. I'm going to keep letting her... I'll make suggestions, but I'm not looking to buy consoles and buy games just to try to get her to play them. It's a waste of money, you know? I've made that mistake plenty already in the 8 years she's alive. The only mod I have in this is a cleaning zone. Just separates home zone from cleaning. Well, Marina, thank you for the 37 months. I'll try not to kill the colony. I can't promise you. I see an unplanted tiles. I guess they're planted. I have a magic tree. I should I don't have enough plant people though. She's tried The Sims. She likes the building houses part, but I think she's going to be a competitive kid. She has no interest in progression. Either maybe she's just young. I don't remember at her age how I was doing with it either. What was I playing at 8 years old? Tecmo Bowl. That was it. Exclusively, I think. When I was younger, I tried like Zelda, and I actually liked, what's the one, Dragon Quest? Is that the name of it? She hasn't played a Mario game in a long time. She tried Spyro, the new Spyro. She didn't really like it. Dragon Warrior. Yes, Dragon Warrior. I traded Felix the cat to my neighbor for Dragon Warrior. I didn't have a Super Nintendo or a Sega. I completely missed that. So I was still playing NES until PlayStation and 64 came out. And then my mom splurged and got me and my brother both consoles on Christmas. And a week later, we didn't have power because she couldn't pay the electricity bill. Gauntlet 64 was really good. I didn't like Gauntlet, the old Gauntlet, and I hated the newest, brand new Gauntlet or whatever. It's like 6 years old now, Richard. Boom. And then even me, I was a competitive kid though. Like 64 for me was all about Perfect Dark. That was pretty much Perfect Dark, Conker's Bad Fur Day. That was like it, honestly. Trying to think. Is there any other game 64 that I... Zelda for a bit, but... Zelda was one of those games that blew your mind, or blew my mind just because of how big and impressive the world was, but I had no interest in the gameplay, really. Fuck GoldenEye. GoldenEye's just a shitty Perfect Dark. I mean, I played it, but then I got Perfect Dark and went... GoldenEye's just a shitty Perfect Dark. Yeah, exactly. There's no reason to have GoldenEye if you have Perfect Dark. No, it was better. Like, you clearly didn't play enough Perfect Dark. It had everything GoldenEye had, but better. And better graphics. If anything, you'd call like a remaster, not a reskin. Oh, Cruisin' USA, Doge. Played a lot of that. Monster Rancher for the PlayStation. It's about the only play. Monster Rancher, Final Fantasy VII, and Final Fantasy X. I can like actually count the number of games I played, I think. Did it come out 5 years later? GoldenEye came out 5 years before Perfect Dark. Is that true? I must have got an N64 really late then, too. When I was a kid, I didn't pay attention to release dates. No, it came out 3 years later. But I did play GoldenEye until it came out. They both had fun quests, unlocks you had to get. Fucking Odd Job. Odd Job didn't matter if you just all played Odd Job. Well, you just had to have house rules. Oh, we played a lot of StarCraft 64. We glued a piece, not glued, we taped a piece of cardboard to the middle of the TV, and then one person would sit on a stool and one person would sit on the floor so we couldn't screen cheat each other to play StarCraft 64. It worked surprisingly well, except how slow StarCraft 64 was. No. That was your nickname in high school? I believe you, Scott EJ. I certainly do. Yeah, I played on an Apple. I played Street Rod, was the only game we played. But growing up, my family all played the NES, though. Like, we played, we were talking about this the other night, Indie Heat, Danny, whatever his name's, Indie Heat. We played the off-road game, Excite Bike. Excite Bike wasn't 4-player, I don't think. But we played a lot of 4-player games with the family. And then, what was it? BBS or whatever? Like the pre-internet shit where you were like connecting to each other's networks. My uncle did that, and then we were playing weird games like Water Balloon Fight and oh yeah, definitely Tony Hawk. Played a lot of Tony Hawk. What was that called? 4D, you'd know. Was it BBS? Anyway, there's some games through that we played against each other over the internet. Revolutionary. And then I got into MUDs. Computer really was always in the background too, even with the console stuff. MUDs, playing text-based role-playing games on the internet with strangers. And then EverQuest. I was very lucky to get to play EverQuest super young back when subscription model wasn't really a thing people were interested in. I think I started, wait, let's see. So yeah, I started playing EverQuest the day Ruins of Kunark came out, or right around there. I remember we had to run to the store and get the Ruins of Kunark expansion like the day or two after we started playing. So that was April of 2000. So I would have been 12. Played at the library. No, we convinced my mom to even get a second phone line eventually. Then we baited WoW, which was cool. And I played WoW till Lich King. Yeah, it was a big deal 4D because I like I said, I was so young to not even really understand. But all I know is that our computer could connect to my uncle's computer and we could play games. It was the early internet shit. Uh, and I thought it was called BBS or something like that. But anyway, when my mom and dad got into a fight over custody shit, it was like family versus family, and she made us disconnect from it, and we were so pissed, dude. I don't think we were ever so mad at our mom as when she made us, because it was so cool, man, to be able to play games with somebody a town away. No, this was direct connecting to computers, and they had a small network of people. It was like I said, it was basically setting up your own local network, or not. I guess not local, setting up your own network. I don't I'm not tech savvy enough for it, but this was way back. Telnet, maybe that's what it was. I don't know. This is like 1996 or something. TCP IP. It was funny because they were like, my uncle and his friends were like so ahead the technological curve at the time, especially for my area. But then they just, it's weird how people just get stuck in their era of stuff. Then they just became like those weird old dudes who like kept repairing people's Dells into the late 2000s. Like, oh no, this thing's still got plenty of you know, 20 gig hard drive. Like, you can do a lot with this thing. And cell phones were already getting better than computers, and they're still repairing that garbage in trailer parks. BBS, yeah, direct phone call into a machine running a BBS. Yeah, that's what it was. I thought. I like I said, the name doesn't matter. It was just like pre, you know, internet or readily available internet, I should say. Before it was before we had internet and we're getting mailed AOL discs every week. My dad still has his AOL email. Magic school bus games exploring the sea and the human body? Is that how you learned about sex? Sorry, I couldn't help myself, but it's exploring the human body sounds like a way your parents were trying to teach you about. No sex in Magic School Bus? Too bad. What was her name? Miss Frizzle Frazzle? She was hot. I don't know where I want to go from here. Not take your helmet off in space? Yeah, that's good. I was in space and didn't thanks to Magic School Bus. Magic School Bus fucked though, dude. Like the only show in school, at least in my school, that they would play for us that didn't suck dick. Bill Nye? Compared to Magic School Bus, get out of here. Bill Nye never went inside someone's head. Bill Nye didn't have smell-o-vision. Bill Nye wasn't hot. Bill Nye is not 100% hot. I refuse to listen to this. Oh, I'm not done with that yet. What the fuck's a Mr. Wizard? Is it vacuum for you or something? I don't know why I just thought of my brother's Teddy Ruxpin, but that thing was creepy. Wishbone was tight. I don't remember the name of any place, Stucky, but I remember that me and my friend spent all this time farming levels and getting gear, and we weren't very high level, but it was the highest gear, highest level and best gear we'd ever had. And we rode the boat to Kunark, and you know the guards would immediately attack you. We knew that, we were prepared, but his fucking internet was so shitty that he died loading in. And then he just gave up on that character. He's like, well, never getting that stuff back. And I was crushed. I was like, no. We invested like 4 whole days into this character. And at that time, 4 days was an eternity. And then I think from then on, I'd like played EverQuest alone because he just was in this endless cycle of making new characters every time he'd lose his body. Furbies were the worst? I didn't have to deal with them. I mean, like... They were, yeah, like, he wasn't exactly wrong, but he didn't have to give up. He still had the levels, man. I don't think I ever made it to the ends in EverQuest. I know I didn't. I did watch Get Smart. So much Nick at Night, dude. Get Smart, I Love Lucy. I Dream of Jeannie. Bewitched. I never cared for Andy Griffith Show. Lassie and Flipper. Faster than lightning. Gilligan's Island. Not really. That show wasn't very good. Mork and Mindy. I watched it, but like never cared for it really either. No, not Green Acres. I watched it, didn't care for it. Three's Company? I don't remember that. I know of it, but I don't remember that. Lately I've been turning on the TV. That's my story. I hope you enjoyed it. Tune in next week for more good stories. I've been turning on the TV at night and like just too lazy to go find something to watch. And there's been this history of the sitcom on, which has been a nice throwback to my childhood. I wish I had a stomach for you, pal. Little House on the Prairie, yeah, that's a classic. I never really got into Roseanne. I do have a lung, but like, what good is replacing one asthmatic lung out of two? Half, half. It's 50% or so, I'd say, probably. Was I a Married with Children guy? See, that time I stopped. I didn't really watch a lot of TV then. I stopped watching TV after Nick at Night. So like, I'm aware of all these shows and like, sure, I saw them occasionally, but they weren't anything I watched continuously like I did Nick at Night. I keep thinking about building that and then realizing it's too far away. Yeah, we watched all those as a family, Shiver Warp. Those were the only ones that, and X Files. X Files, I didn't like the Crypt Keeper because it scared me too much. But Goosebumps and Are You Afraid of the Dark, those were me, my mom, and my brother watched those. The lights off, extra spooky. I also got poor, so I lost cable. So then I was stuck to watching like Fox and stuff, you know. So it was like Home Improvement, Simpsons, other garbage. Home Improvement was alright. Yeah, X Files was my family's show for sure. We did a lot more movies after we lost cable. And they were like all 90s movies because we inherited them all from my grandma, just like a massive collection of movies from the 90s. She had an absurd fascination with John Candy too, so every John Candy movie, including like weird, not funny roles. I remember the name sliders, but I don't know what it is. I didn't do cartoons much. Like, even as a kid, like, when I'm talking about watching Get Smart and stuff, I was like 4 and 5. How do you forget Mr. Rogers? Because he was fucking creepy until I was an adult. I had no love for Mr. Rogers. Fraggle Rock was creepy. But the most creepy of all, hands down, bar none, gave me fucking nightmares. Fucking Richard Simmons. Ugh. He was so mean to the fatties. Pee-wee? Eh. He was whatever. He's just weird. I didn't ever think anything one way or another about Pee Wee. He was just weird. Like, I didn't get it, I guess, as a kid. Theodore Tugboat was like a knockoff Thomas the Train. Oh, is there bad stories in the news about Richard Simmons? Really? Ernest? Oh yeah, all the Ernest movies. Ernest is one of those guys I would have assumed was a piece of shit, but I think everyone's said he was a pretty good dude. Ernest Scared Stupid. Yeah, it was a good one. Oh, of course you remember Reading Rainbow. Reading Rainbow was one of those shows that you never admitted you liked it because that wasn't cool, but like you were there singing along to the theme of Reading Rainbow as long as no one was watching. He didn't get picked for Jeopardy. They picked some random douchebag. The new Jeopardy dude's already been fired? I heard there was like, he was immediately getting, the dirt was immediately getting drug out on him, like, before he got hired. Like, as soon as they announced he was hired. It was a big bookworm, yeah. It wasn't a big bookworm, but it was still awesome. I shouldn't say this because it's too soon, but Alex Trebek always pissed me off. Like, I appreciated him in the show, and I'm glad he did it, but he just seemed like such an asshole. But he was so good for the role, like it. It was a love-hate relationship for sure. Like, I wouldn't want to hang out with him, but I loved him as the host of Jeopardy, I guess is what I should say. But every time I like watched him and the way he acted on the show, I was like, dude, I don't like you. But keep fucking doing it. You think, wow, Drew Carey better than Bob? Like, I want to ban you. And this is intensely, horribly wrong. I can't believe Drew's still doing it, honestly. He's so fucking awkward. But I will say, the longer I've watched it, the more I've come around to say he's an acceptable host, but he's certainly not better than Bob. Drew definitely seems to love it, you know, and that's important. I think with silly ass shows like that have been around forever, that have this crazy legacy. Drew Carey on Whose Line was great. I want to ban you as well. American Whose Line was garbage because of Drew Carey. I could only watch British Whose Line because Drew Carey ruined it. He wasn't funny and he would laugh all the fucking time. I'd be like, I want to watch the skits, but no, the camera's on Drew Carey just laughing at his podium like a big dumb idiot. But ruined? I mean, in my opinion, yes, because you had the British version going on at the exact same time. Like, why would I watch the American version when I can just watch Clive Anderson, who was a far better host and made for much funnier content from the people that are actually funny? That's what they paid him to do. Yeah, but he wasn't the funny one. I'm tuning in to see fucking, you know, Wayne Brady and Ryan and not Drew Carey. Colin Mockery. Why? They're amazing. And they were the what I wanted to watch, not Drew Carey laugh at his podium, hitting the buzzer 14 times while he's laughing. Like every episode. I could have got more Ryan and Colin. Never watched the version. Didn't even know there was one. See, now if you didn't know there was a better version that has the exact same cast, everybody who's on the American one is on the British one, but without Drew Carey. So, for all of you that said the show's great, even if Drew Carey's not funny, there was literally an alternate version without Drew Carey that still had everyone else. It had the exact same cast. Ryan, Colin, Wayne Brady, they were all there. But no Drew Carey. So that's why I say the American version is trash. Because there was literally just another version. And now I expect apologies. Thank you. Though, one of the best Whose Line ever was the Drew Carey one, and it was, again, we're going back to Richard Simmons. If you haven't seen the Drew Carey or the Whose Line episode with Richard Simmons, it's a doozy. Drug Gag, thank you for the 16 months. It's a doozy. It was so uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. Like, to the point. It's good. It's good. I was disappointed with a lot of the guests. The American Whose Line did a lot more celebrity guests. There were very few that I thought, like, knocked it out of the park. But yeah, there's a British version. I'm being a bit harsh on the American version, I know, but it's because I'm frustrated that there was a better version without Drew. And I like the Drew Carey show, but not really for Drew. If you really think about it, it wasn't Drew. Yeah, the regular. I mean, Ryan and Colin are just. I love Wayne Brady too, though. Like, I would absolutely switch teams for Wayne Brady. He is an incredibly talented man, dude. Ryan's the really tall guy. Colin's the bald one. They were always paired together. I imagine all of those guys are incredibly sweet. I mean, they didn't get, like, really, not really paid for it. I've heard there was, like, mild compensation, but... And they just loved their craft, dude. And they were amazing. I'm trying to think. There was the one guy I didn't like. But there was very few whose line regulars that I didn't like. And they weren't always awful, but they just, you know, it's hard to compete with. Greg was really hit or miss. Greg was, like... He had some good stuff sometimes, but he could certainly miss the mark. And then just be weird. Well, Brad. What was the Brad guy's name? I didn't like him very much. He was probably the only guy I didn't really like much that was a regular. Brad Sherwood, yeah. He's the one I didn't really like. The songs were amazing, yeah. Absolutely. Well, and that's the thing, like, a lot of people don't realize, Wayne Brady's wildly successful musician and stuff, too. Yeah, I haven't watched Who's Line in, like... I had a little short stint where I went back and... Because I didn't watch the American version at all. Like, hardly at all, compared to the British version. But I went back and watched a bunch of the celebrity ones because I was just super curious if any of them were really funny. But I haven't watched it since, the early 2000s probably or whatever. And yeah, still remember most of them by at least their first name. Is it still on? It was on for a long time. I don't remember the girl's name that took over. Good lord. Oh yeah, I watched Junkyard Wars. I'm kind of stalled here. Waiting on... I don't know what I'm waiting on. I guess traders. To get into the higher end production. Junkyard Wars is a lot like how I feel about a lot of survival shows I watch, where I was always like super excited for them to do something amazing and awesome, and then they just didn't. Aisha Taylor, yeah, that is her name. You are correct. The original BattleBots. I think the BattleBots was really like the progression of a lot of new sports, racing, all that shit. Like it started out super cool and wild and crazy, and everybody's robot was unique, and then there was a meta, and the show was ruined. It wasn't the dude with the chainsaw and the fucking flamethrower was never gonna win against the wedge. Yeah, I'm a wedge. Hi. I grew up. My dad would race in the mud, and it started off as just like a hillbilly sport of dudes would show up at these ridiculously deep mud pits and try to drive their trucks and jeeps and shit through the mud. And like if you could make it through the mud, they'd have a bounty where like you'd get X amount of dollars, and that bounty would keep growing and growing and growing. Well, my dad built a dune buggy, and he put big giant scoop tires on it, and the whole thing weighed like 600 pounds. And he'd go and he'd just drive over the top of the mud and collect all these bounties. And as the sport continued to progress, it just slowly became drag racing in the mud. And like by the end of it, my dad was like in a top fuel dragster in the mud instead of on asphalt. And it was really dumb, and the sport died out a lot. And now you're seeing it reborn again recently in the last few years, and they're starting over from scratch. And it's like slowly progressing the exact same direction. It's very funny. But the minute there's money on the line, it's let's figure out how we can get all that money. Boys, why do you do we really way easier to get into? Like, you mean to join the show? Is that what you're getting at? I'm not sure. Royal Lad, thank you for the 42 months. Oh, build and maintain a BattleBot. Okay. Yeah, no. I can't imagine that's a simple task. Stupid animal trivia show they filmed at the San Diego Zoo. I don't know what that is, but I also didn't know you had awesome animal trivia. I mean, everyone wanted the chance to win a piece of the aggro crag, right? Saving up to stream is not easy either. It doesn't cost a lot to stream. Like, not a lot at all. It's a big misconception. My whole setup right now is worth like... I mean, when I bought it, it was done piece at a time. Like, that's part of Twitch that's died. Tips and stuff were so you could build a setup, but like... And you could continue to improve your stream, but... I started streaming on an $800 computer with a Turtle Beach headset. And slowly, as I made money, I upgraded things. Animal Planet Zoo Venture. It doesn't even have a picture, Doge. It was 1 year. You were the only watcher. Do I still have my progress bar? I think it's finally gone. It is gone. I updated OBS. Yeah, I don't think that's what killed it though. That doesn't get rid of your stuff. No super mega gaming chair? No, you don't even gotta buy those. Wait until you get given one for free. It's the only reason I have a DX Racer is because it was free. My friend was leaving Curse before they closed, and he's like, "Hey, dude, you want a chair?" And I was like, "Hell yeah, it's free." Yeah, they're overpriced as hell. I think they're like a fine chair, and they're certainly an upgrade from like your $30 Office Max chair. It's the most comfortable chair I've owned. But is it worth the price tag? No, not unless you like the look. Like if you want to sit in a race car seat, cool. But for the same money, you could get a much better chair. Just wouldn't look as cool. Yeah, I've sat in this thing for many years now, and it's still my only like true complaint about it is it's vinyl, so you get the swampy ass, and the armrests are rock hard, so my elbows get sore after a while. I don't think I could do this job in like it's part of the mic and everything. Like I don't think I could do this job and be forced to sit with good posture the entire time. Like I would just be so uncomfortable. And I know you'll get used to it eventually, but I won't. I'll just throw the fucking chair out of the way and sit back in this chair. I'm sitting cross-legged right now. That's how I like to sit. Even though my knees feel like they're gonna explode, I'm comfortable. The elbow thing was new. Welcome to old age, Nano. All the weird bits start to ache. Yeah, I should look at some armrest toppers. I wouldn't mind lifting my elbows up a tiny bit too. I don't even use a desk though. I just have a fucking like. You remember the tables you had in art class? They had like the chrome metal legs and the like super hard wood tops. That's my desk. Knees up against your chest. Yeah, one of my roommates used to sit in a lounge chair on his fucking feet like this. You can't see me, but like this, standing on his feet. And he would play 10, 12 hours like that. Hunched over, standing on his toes. Yeah, L from Death Note. Yep, that's how he would play all the time. A leg under your ass. I can't sit long without crossing my legs. Even when I'm driving. I don't cross both my legs when I'm driving. But I do tuck one up under the other. And you only need one leg to drive. KJ, thank you for the 44 months. No, I don't cruise control one-legged. I'm not quite that crazy. Why isn't your name prisoner colored? I arrested you after you were recruited. Does anyone drive with 2 feet all the time? Do you, Hannah? You got a gas and a brake foot? It's really hard to learn if you didn't start that way. And it's funny, you wouldn't think it would be that difficult, but like, I cannot evenly apply brake pressure with my left foot. I drove stick for years, so like I'm used to clutching, but braking is just so weird with the left foot. Obviously, I should have specified in non-manual cars, because manual's like non-existent in the States anymore. Yeah, okay, okay, yeah. Yeah, we don't have many manual cars left in the States. You have to like go out of the way to get one. Boom. But I have seen people who use their left foot to brake, and it breaks me because I can't do it. I should have said, does anyone use their left foot to brake? I miss my manual sometime. I'd like to have a second car that was a manual. I don't want to drive a manual every day. What was that called in South Park? The It, Blaze It? Just put your car inside you. Really get connected. Are even pickup trucks auto there? Especially pickup trucks. Pickup trucks have been auto, I think, longer than cars. I haven't seen a manual truck since like the early 90s. Bought in the 80s, yeah, right, Kibbles? They existed, the super long, awkward shifts, like in the old Dodges and stuff, a big monster thing. Our diesel, well, same here, like, diesel's not common here either. Diesel's only really in trucks, and diesel is more expensive here. So... like to buy at the gas station. As a fuel, it's more expensive here, which is backwards to most countries, I know. I really wanted a diesel Volkswagen when I was a teenager. I love the Jettas. Yeah, they are a better gas mileage, but not by a lot anymore, and you're paying more for it. And you gotta deal with the hassles that come with diesel. Like cold weather starting. Which is why we don't have them here very often. Just the big trucks even. You don't even see diesels in the small trucks here, only the really big 2500s. The standard pickup trucks aren't diesel either. They've gotten way better now, kibbles. The glow plugs and stuff. In the old days of like going out and throwing a fucking heated blanket thing over your motor before you start it, those don't exist. But, or they, I mean, they still exist, but you don't need them very often. Maybe like one day in January or something, I don't know. Michigan's also a big state, so it might be different in the UP. Yeah, we have block heaters and glow plugs, yeah. It's changed a lot, but they still need that time to warm up, and then you leave them running a lot throughout the winter too. So like the fuel efficiency again, that's why they just aren't popular here. Yeah, you can get anything you want as a car if you want to order it, and that's even manual though. Like, good luck finding a manual on the lot unless it's a sports car. It used to be the bottom of the line car, the cheapest car you could buy was a manual with crank windows and no power locks. But now they come with automatics. Still don't have power windows in a lot of the cheapest models, especially trucks. Yeah, paddle shifters become popular, and to me that's just like pointless. My Nissan has the dumb like fake shift. You can slap your gears if you want to, but like what fun is that without the clutch? $25 in your first car with crank windows? My buddy just bought a brand new car with crank windows and I thought he was a lunatic. But it was like 10 grand cheaper. The first thing I drove was an old mail Jeep, and the steering wheel was on the wrong side for delivering the mail. And it had the stick shift, the big tall giant stick shift way up by the steering wheel. We used to drive around the junkyard. Is it a myth that manuals get stolen less often? No, probably not. I mean, they're worth less. So why would you steal a car worth less if you could steal a car worth more, right? My first car was a 2001 S10, and it was manual actually. So I lied about the truck, but S10's not even a truck to me. It's like an El Camino. And that fucker wouldn't go anywhere in the snow. I had a motorcycle before I had a car, though. A 2003 Sportster. That was my first vehicle. Hurry up, idiots. Do my jobs. My dad took the bike back when I missed the first payment. Nah, no second chances. I'm out of steel and components. I don't remember why I got rid of my S10. I think it's just because it sucked in the winter. I don't know. The car I drove the longest was a fucking 93 Honda Civic. Stick shifts. Components to the left? I didn't see it on my list there. Oh, you mean to mine? Yeah, there's some to mine. I got some right here too. And right here. And right here. The multi-analyzer is finally done researching. You did it. I'm so close to paying off my car, man, but I think I have to go trade it in. My sunroof started leaking. And before it does any actual damage that's noticeable, I have to trade it in. But I know that's going to be... I can't imagine that's less than $1,000 to fix. And I really didn't want another car payment, but the other alternative is watch my car get ruined by water damage. Tape a garbage bag to it. It's a 2017 with 60,000 miles. I'm not taping garbage bags to it. It's still worth 16 grand. Are your sunroof drains? Is that a thing? They're like buying a car now. They're getting way better around here. There's sunroof drains? I hate sunroofs. I would never have one. Dude, show me where this drain is. We were driving yesterday, though. And my daughter just starts laughing like a lunatic, and I look over and she's soaking wet. And it had just dumped water on her head. It's weird because it's like, it must be that then. Maybe it's just a drain. That'd be nice. Then I don't got to deal with getting rid of it. People know about cars? Yeah, I've never. I mean, that's the thing. Like, what you know is what you know. This is not my car, Chad. My ex-wife bought this car, and I got stuck with it. Where the fuck are you shoving this wire? Uh-huh. Alright. Okay. Yeah, it's got the stupid panoramic roof, like the whole thing's glass. I was gonna go trade the motherfucker in before it got ruined. That's not true. I was gonna ask the service department first if it was still under warranty. I just Googled it. I just watched a video. That's what I was doing. I just watched a video. I've located my drain. Thank you. Thank you, chat. I did not know. Someone said it in chat yesterday, and I just thought they were joking, like, change your headlight fluid. And I was like... Then take it to another dealer and trade it in? Hell yeah. Fuck big corporate car. I don't give a shit. $60,000 miles. But, I mean, mileage has nothing to do with the sunroof leaking. It'd be age, right? If it was actually leaking, it'd be a seal. I just thought it was going to be a seal leaking, like a window. I remember when my wife wanted it, I was like, that's going to be a problem. Remember the old days of the sunroof? You'd flip the thing and push it up, and then it'd lock out? Those are the days. Oh, I forgot to keep converting Angel Raider. The convert thing takes forever. It's still not there. So we'll do this one more time. Hi, Glitchy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Jester, thank you for the 33 months. Do you have components? You do, but I cannot afford them all. I'd rather have those than medicine. Let them die. Really, Raven? Yeah, I don't normally do sunroofs. I don't see the desire. I usually actively avoid the sun. It's kind of a jerk. Boring. Oh, it's so many rats. Oh, you did the high tower thing? Just remove remove the front seat and sit in the back? Weird that it's... Guys, don't let the rats get to us. You're letting the rats win. That was fun. Oh, there's still one more. What a shitty event. I'm mad. Those look cool. All that rat meat. Too bad half of them rot immediately because man-hunting sickness. Do I not have the plasteel for that? How much is it? 50? You know what? Can I buy a little plasteel from them before they go? They do have a little. You give me 150 bucks for a kidney? You take a kidney. No, I need that. I might need that. There we go. Yeah, we do shrooms. Speaking of shrooms, I'd really like to move them to here. I might make you a make lover. Wish I had a good construction and crafter. You're like shit at both. Are we keeping no silver for a reason? I mean, I'm broke. I have 236, but it apparently wasn't in the right tile. It's only August of 5501, so it's not super late or anything here. Where am I at with beds? Do I have enough? 4, 8, 10. Exactly. No, I was just trying to trade, so I didn't really want to sell the shit I was selling, so I was just trying to get what I wanted, giving up as little as possible. Dane, where'd you go? That's enough recreation. Thank you, sir. I need to build more power, like sweet Tim Allen. Butthole power's coming. Do you even make anything 4D? No, not at all. Why are you starving? Have you thought about eating? Oh, you're not anymore. You're not worthless. You're good, just not at crafting. I did not. I need that wall done so I can put defenses over here before I end up getting sappered. I need to do defenses here. And then I'll feel pretty safe. Now that I said that, I won't get it all done. I still need a bunch of steel too, yeah. I got a bit over here. Oh, I don't want to put it there, do I? It's efficient, and that turns me on. Except that it fucks with my ability to defend. It's efficient. Don't drop your gun. That's what I'm thinking. I'll put turrets out on the water. I don't love that, but... Don't buzz at me, I'm self-conscious about my buzzing. Oh, that generator just broke down. I should prepare for winter ahead of time for once. Possibly. Jesus, I've had you guys in here for a while. Peace talks. I don't want no stinking peace. How the fuck do I want to defend this best? I'm tempted to just mine it way open and... Then I'd have to reroute traffic. Yeah, I think I will. I'll just open this up and reroute traffic through here. It'll save my dudes time walking as well. And way easier than river turrets. No, finish this damn generator. That's a few lads. But they're just walking in the front doors, so it shouldn't be too bad. Where are you going? Probably shouldn't do that. No! No, no, no! No, you idiot! There you go. That's safer. Damn, you're flying. I didn't build a place for everyone to stand, which was dumb. It's not a back door, it's the same door. Well, the idea is if I block everywhere they can sap from, like they can't really sap through this, right? So if I can just get turrets to defend this side, this side, this side, like there's no real way for them to sap in that isn't going to run into defenses. We don't need to rebuild this fence anymore. It's a waste of resources. Who got shot? I like the food delivery. Then they drop pod. Yeah, I mean, that's unavoidable though, eh? Why don't you head home? Rev will deal with you. PK, thank you for the 51 months. This guy's just the hero of... Oh, my turrets are all... They've done their shooting. I've had him since Ideology. Not this most recent run, but there's certainly still an option. Yeah, see, shit like that to me isn't so much a strat furious as it is just abusing information, right? It's inevitable to find ways to cheese the coding. Because drop pods can't land directly on them. That's funny. That might work for... That might be for hives, too. Might be a thing for hives to keep them from spawning in your base. I don't know if hives can spawn in furniture. It's a part of game dev now, man. There's, you know, as much information as we have to be able to look up these ways to abuse games. Devs have to remove stuff that we could just not. Like, we could just not do it if it was a problem, but they have to remove it to keep people from going, this game's too easy. All you've got to do is spam beds all over the map and nothing can attack you. Then they leave a negative review. I need more mushrooms. I don't love my mushroom spot. I'll take you to the mushroom spot. I've played more hours without either DLC than with the DLCs. However, they're improvements to the game. I think this latest DLC is a lot more geared towards someone like me who's been playing a long time, and not super geared towards new guys personally. Royalty, if you were gonna buy one, like if you're trying to get into a budget situation here and asking my recommendation, Royalty is the better new player DLC, IMO. This DLC adds a lot of variety to the way you play and stuff like that, but doesn't really add a ton of content to the game. Royalty adds a lot of stuff. Actually, I guess I could just do it there since I'm not using that space anyway, huh? I think it'll let me. It's a little further to haul, but it's free space, no work involved in doing it. I really shouldn't smooth all this, but I like it. Welcome back. I got this guy from a quest reward and immediately arrested him because he was the wrong religion. Who's up? Who's up? I don't know. I don't know where we're at. Tyronin. That's where we're at. Oh, you're the second cook I've needed for a while. Oh yeah, your shit's already set from the last time I had you. Okay. Carry these, just in case. Don't go throw them at someone. First babies due soon. Any advice to a new dad? I actually said the only good advice I got was from my grandma of don't take advice on how to raise your children. But I would give one piece of advice. Uh, if you don't want a lifetime of shitty pictures of you holding your newborn baby, make sure you have like clothes for you and stuff too. Like I was so focused on having everything for my wife. This sounds super stupid, but like every time a memory comes up to and everyone's got to share the newborn baby pictures, I'm a mess. You're gonna spend longer in the hospital than you expect. Guaranteed. I don't know anybody that hasn't spent longer in the hospital than they expect. Take a second before you get in the car and put on an outfit that you want to be seeing in pictures for the rest of your goddamn life. Don't just put on the ratty hoodie you had hanging at the door like I did. It's dumb and has nothing to do with being a dad, but why are those just rotting there? Oh, I need beds. I'm a mountain cannibal loyalist or something like that. This is the third one. But yeah, every kid's different, man. Like, it's tough. There's no right way, wrong way. You're never gonna be prepared. It's not gonna be some life-altering event that changes you. Trust me. That was the thing people kept telling me, like, you'll just be a good dad. You'll just change overnight. No, you don't. You choose to, maybe. Sure. It's not like some fucking halo of light comes down over you and all of a sudden you're a new man. No, sword isn't full. I kept waiting for that moment, though. Like, obviously I'm exaggerating a little bit what I was expecting, but I kept waiting for this moment of, like, feeling completely different. I still haven't had it hit me, so. Maybe God doesn't love me. That might be it. I'm sick of watching them zigzag up and down here, though I don't know that they're going any slower. Ooh. Do I have the components for a second cooler? Hell yeah. But congratulations. I hope everything goes smooth. It's terrifying and wonderful. hardest thing you'll ever do. Weirdly rewarding. The little shit, man. Today, I tweeted this earlier, but today we were trying on clothes. My daughter asked, her great-grandpa died, so she was trying on clothes for a funeral. And she was dead set on heels. So we spent fucking far too long looking for heels in her size. And then she finally finds some heels she likes. She's all excited. And she did like the classic, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you know, you won't otherwise. But like, she reached out for my hand and I just grabbed it. And she lifted her foot up and reached back to pull her heel off. And it just, like, almost took me to my knees. It was so adorable. And, you know, I don't know how she learned that. You know, no, we don't, not a lot of women in her life wearing heels or... But she's just a little lady. It's the little things. How do you get your people to stay alive so long? Mine go crazy and commit suicide every run. You can check what's making them crazy and try to fix that. People who don't want kids are probably the ones who shouldn't have them most. Yeah, like, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. Yeah, if you don't want something, you shouldn't do it, have it. I don't think you'll ever know if or not you really want kids, though. Like, nobody... Maybe if you're, like, in one of those families where your parents have 7 kids and you had to raise your siblings because your parents were too busy trying to feed 7 of you. Like, maybe you have an understanding of what it's like to raise a child. But, like, otherwise, I don't think anyone really knows what they're signing up for. That's the hardest part, like... People who don't want kids are probably the ones who should have them most. Oh, I misread that. No. I don't know, though. I don't think it matters, like I said before. I know plenty of parents that wanted kids, and they're awful. And keep having kids because they want more, and they're awful. In my opinion, they're awful. He says, well, not as many. Yeah, man, like, that's, you really need that true experience. I have, like, a little half-brother, but still, it's not the same as having to be with him 24/7, right? Like, only Angel Raider got the plague. What was he up to? I used to think people were crazy for not wanting to have kids. I was like, then what are you doing here? Which seems silly now, but just you know, the idea that I somehow was convinced having kids was some necessary purpose in life. I got lucky. I have an incredibly good child so far. Azar, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Some of the kids that I know, if I was their dad, I don't know that I would be half the father I am. plants, I guess. Yeah, so far, yeah. Kids become teenagers and they get their own personalities and attitudes, and they get their own influences in life that aren't just their parents, that aren't just their family. I mean, I sure did. If she's anything like me, she sure will. I don't think any teenager is great. Right, Gallagher? Like, it sounds horrible and cruel for a parent to say, I don't know that I could have handled my kid if it were X. But, like, you don't know. That's just the truth. You have no fucking clue. But I've taken trips with friends who have kids and stuff, and man, like, I feel guilty sometimes of how well behaved my daughter is, and it's not like I did anything that I know of, you know what I mean? Like, did anything special to make her good. And there's a lot of parents that I think are good parents that still just have kids that are tough. I was a shit baby dad. That sounds funny because baby daddy, but I was no good with babies. I didn't get it. I just never felt the connection that I do with my daughter since she's become a toddler. But kids, before they can talk, never want another one again, ever. Period. Won't do it. Getting snipped. Nope. Miserable. Miserable. If I have another kid, it'll either be through marriage or adoption. I will not have a baby. Unless it's a big whoopsie-doody. I felt like such a shit father, though, when she was... You know, before she could talk, pretty much. My dad told me once that he always felt like he was a bad dad until we got older, and I get it now, yeah, like he thought he was a bad dad until we were like teenagers. But 5 or 6 kids, yeah, that's a lot of kids, man. That's a lot to ask to be a good uncle. I don't ask anything of my uncles. Or my daughter's uncles. Oh. I have a very small family now, so... Growing up, I had a pretty big family as a kid. It's the one thing that I feel bad for my daughter. Luckily, her mom's side is pretty massive, and they're all pretty close. Mom's house is go, 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 go. Family, friends, doing stuff. Dad's house is her gaming sanctuary. Oh, that's cute, Mr. Miss. That's pretty good at 19 to be apologizing already. I didn't start apologizing to my parents till after my daughter was born. And then I was like, wow. I get it. Minecraft and Roblox is all she really plays at the moment, Crosby. She plays some Sims once in a while, some Pokemon once in a while. But Minecraft and Roblox are the thing with her friends, and like I said, you know, you're influenced by your peers. I can't believe how long Minecraft has held on in the young uh, age group, man. Yeah, I think every kid has some shitty years. I started acting up a lot when my parents got divorced, and Alice has been a goddamn angel through it all. She's real sympathetic with me, which I hate and love. Like, it's adorable that she's doing it, but I hate that I can tell she's doing it. She certainly worries about my feelings too much, and she shouldn't have to. You're gonna destroy our large mortal platform? I don't think so, Angel Raider. uh, like I said, her great grandpa just passed, and I loved him to death. But it's my ex-wife's grandpa, not mine. Um, and she immediately started in on me about crying, as she do. And then she's like, I was like, your mom's probably having a hard time today too. And she's like, no, mom's my rock. And I was like, she's like, no, I mean, mom's a rock. She doesn't have emotions. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes more sense. That's harsh. I mean, it's harsh, but true, you know? Her mom and her mom's family in general, they are very. They hide their emotions, man. They don't. It's not a lot of crying, talking, none of that. They're very, very different than my family. We're a bunch of criers here. Big emotional messes. Yeah, I used to get a lot of crap from my ex about my emotions too. I don't mind though. I think I'm good at laughing at myself. I am like ridiculous with it. Anytime there's like a dad daughter, dad son, mom daughter, mom son moment on TV, I'm fucking weeping. It'll be a commercial for like hemorrhoid cream, and I'll be crying. That shit's a blessing for people. True. You got mad at yourself? No, I don't mind. I love a good cry. I get mad at myself when I don't cry sometimes. I'm like, I should have cried. I would have felt better with the good cry. No, I think lots of people rarely get show emotions, especially men. Not to be like sexist, but it's certainly taught to us. At least my generation before me. I don't know, I wasn't born in the next one, but it was certainly taught to us that we didn't really show emotion. Boys don't cry. Walk it off, son. We all heard that, right? Aw, Deca, I'm sorry. That's so hard. I hope I never have to do that again. It was miserable. And the vets are not very good about it. And I get it. Like, they're... I know that when I went in to have my dog put down, like, more than anything, I wanted the vet to tell me I was doing the right thing. And they just won't do that. And I understand why. But man, in that moment, all I needed was somebody to be like, you're making the right choice, you know? Ugh. Sorry. I'm getting emotional. I'm just emotional in general, though. Like, I never knew why until now that I'm an adult, but like, so a lot of you know I got in a ton of fights in school. I was constantly getting in fist fights. And as soon as the fight was over, as soon as it was done, I was going to start crying. So I would immediately go to the principal's office because I didn't want to cry in front of everybody and look like I got my ass kicked. And before I'd make it to the principal's office, I'd be bawling. And it's just emotions, man. It doesn't matter what emotion it is, it's going to make me cry. Fucking happy, sad, mad. When you get to that extreme level of emotion, I just start crying. I can't help it. But it got me out of so much trouble because I'd go into the office and be crying. What happened? I got in a fight. And it always made me look like I was the innocent crying kid. It wasn't on purpose. It was uncontrollable. I never wanted to cry because, again, didn't want to look like a wussy. Unintentional 5-head plays. Morak, thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Miss ya. Someday we'll see each other again, probably at conventions. Laughing inappropriately than crying. That's interesting too. Yeah, and then I went through panic stuff for a while there, and it took me a while to realize it was that exact same feeling of like getting into a fight, man. That buildup of anger and a lot of time I got into a fight, it was because I was, scared, and I didn't have control of the situation. I didn't know what was gonna happen, right? Like, if someone starts talking shit to me, I wasn't a big kid. They were usually making fun of me, right? As kids do. And there wasn't anything I could do to stop them besides hit them, right? And a lot of my anxiety felt exactly the same, that same buildup of emotions, but there was nobody to punch in the face. And then I would just freak out and, but recognizing that has helped me. I haven't had a panic attack now in, I don't know, a long time. I'm not keeping the date. I should have probably, but I'm not keeping the date, which has been nice. Now when I start getting mad, finding ways to calm myself down before I get to that point. But I hate not having control of a situation. That's what drives my brain absolutely nuts. Anytime I feel like I don't know what's about to happen, I remember when I bought my first house after streaming for, I don't know, 4 years or whatever. I've been squirreling away every dollar I made streaming. And my first few years streaming, I made quite a bit of money. And I was like, I'm going to buy a house, pay it off, and I'll be set. I won't have to worry about a goddamn thing in my life. It'll be perfect. And I did. I bought a cheap-ass house. We remodeled it. It was all paid off. I didn't know a goddamn thing. I had no debt. And I was miserable and stressed out, and I couldn't figure out why. But it was just this feeling of like, now what? That was killing me. And it wasn't the like, I need to do better, I need to do more. It was just that feeling of, now what do I do? Wait till I die? I hate to say that there's like some satisfaction in like the struggle of life. I always thought I'd be one of those guys that didn't want more, didn't need more. And I still don't need a lot, but being too comfortable is a scary thing where I just felt like honestly, my property taxes and stuff were like 3 grand a year. That was all the money I would have had to make to survive, you know? I could have lived on 10 grand a year. And I should have kept it. Looking back, it's like, man, that was such a good position to be in, but it made me so miserable. I felt so stuck. It wasn't, again, I don't think it was about getting a bigger and better house. It was just about, I'd grown up for so long. My family, everybody I know is, you know, paycheck to paycheck, the struggle. That's why I love the survival shit, doing the survival shit with Cobalt too, right? Like it's this true need to survive that we don't get a lot from real life. You would pay only in that house I'd be like, this is very cheap. I bought the house for 20 grand. So yeah, I only paid 3 grand a year in taxes. I live in a very rural Michigan, and this was pre-COVID housing market. But I wish if I could turn back the clock now, I understand the feelings more, and I hope to ever be in that situation again someday and not freak out about it. More that new goal set. Again, I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be so much about the goal as just the. I get how we get that way though, because life is spooky. No, I did not get. I mean, I got the tax thing figured out to the extent that I owe the IRS like 20 grand from selling that house, which is as much as I gave for the house the IRS wants. But that gives me that thrill to live, baby. Got to pay the IRS 20 grand. Something to look forward to. I remodeled the whole house like from studs out, man. So I ended up selling it for 90 grand. So capital gains on 90 grand. Yeah. And I thought I had lived there long enough to avoid capital gains, but I did not by like 2 months. Mistakes were made. And because I didn't live there for 2 more months, I owe capital gains now. Yeah, you can sell a house every 5 years if it's your primary residence for 2 years. Don't forget that part. Without paying capital gains. I don't know if that's state by state, but you can sell one every 5 years, but it has to be your primary residence for 2 of those 5 years, is the way I was just explained. Oh, I've been given a lot of reason to live with since Kim left. Life has been a whole different game. Going from 2 incomes to 1 and 2 parents to 1. Stretched thin has doesn't even begin to describe it. I was so excited I was fun to ride the bus this year. I was like, man, I'm gonna get this extra sleep. It'd be like an extra hour of sleep. And then I get the bus schedule and they pick her up at the exact same time we leave anyway. And like the school's not that far away, it's like 3 minutes. And then she's home at like earlier than I think we may get home. It saves me like 20 minutes on the waking up to go get her part again. Maybe. I'm still working and I hope that I can figure some out the tax step, but I mean, at this point, they've already thrown it into collections and shit, so we'll see. It's just life, baby. Oh, and the IRS. The shitty part is it's from 2016 or 2017. I don't remember off the top of my head right now because yeah. But so you know, I don't have every single fucking receipt from 5 years ago. Because I'll get it reduced based on my improvements. Like you can get the debt reduced for the money you spent to improve the home to make it more valuable, right? Yeah, that's what I was expecting, Cam. The bus from her mom's house, she gets picked up an hour earlier than she does here at my house. She just got lucky with my bus route. And they don't even pick her up at my house. I gotta drive her down the road a little bit. She wants to ride the bus. I get it. That real school experience. Does it have Pokemon battles on the bus? I only ever got in trouble on the bus. Nothing good happened on the bus. I only ever got in trouble in school, though. Yeah, I had IRL battles on the bus, too. I smashed my best friend's head through the bus window. Luckily, he was my friend and he was cool with it. Why? We got into a fight. The worst fights I ever had were with my friends. Well, no, I had one worse, but most of them. He have smashed pretty hard. It was repeatedly. Convect. Over and over and over. Like, a lot of times. I had a really bad temper. If you can't tell. But now I'm zen. A bionic leg. 38 goodwill is a mass amount. 3 raids of 7 scythers. What was the fight over? Fuck if I remember. It was like 3rd grade. Yeah, dude. I had a couple of friends that were beat the shit out of me. I'd start it. They'd beat the shit out of me. Yeah, that's a lot of components I'm going to lose to Scythers smashing through my turrets. So the 7 might go okay. I lived on a horse farm, and we had a racetrack in our barn for warming up the horses before they'd go out and race on the big track. And my dad and his drunk friends would make me and my buddies race. Not make us, but they'd like, get us fired up to race each other. Get us shit talking, and I swear to God, like every one of those races ended in a fight. Throwing sand in each other's faces and beating the shit out of each other. So that 21 is 3 times. I just don't know how often they're gonna come. Fuck yeah, child racing. We enjoyed it. Until we got mad if we lost. Every dad was very proud of their kids' speed. How fast they could run. The parents would get quite competitive over it too. I think the funniest child bet that was made in my family was my mom bet another mom when we were canoeing that I could pee across the Pine River. And I did it. Dude, I got back pressure, let me tell you. How wide is this river? I don't know. We Googled it before. But I can pee. I have a tiny, tiny, tiny urethra. So it's got just massive power. Peel the paint off your car. I would say at the point we were at, it was like at least 15 feet. Check out how far I can pee. Didn't that burst? Like a tiny bit, but it's still got the pressure there. It's not burst. I had a term for it. I don't remember what it... It's blown out, my urethra. But not burst. Huh, I wonder if this would work. Yeah, prolapse if you want. Tell it on a first date? I probably would. Like, if the conversation came up, I'd tell it. Oh, you also have a urethra? Let me tell you about mine. Something like that, you know? That's how it comes up in chat. Do you have to, like, really have to go for the back pressure? Is it anytime? No, it's anytime. I can pee up and over my head, like, anytime. I wanted to do this once, because I think I could pee over my shoulder without peeing on myself. But I haven't tried it. I keep telling Chad I'm going to try it. I've been saying it for years. I need to do it. I used to pee over the stall into the toilet. Or try to hit the toilet. I usually miss, but... As a younger lad. Yeah, I don't have the back pressure I did when I was prepubescent, but... It's still pretty good. I think I could still do... I bet I could still do 15 feet all day. I got a detention actually once for in school for peeing all the way at the back wall into the urinal. We had the big tall urinals, and I'd stand all the way to the back wall. We'll just collapse that way. Like an R. Nah, the only thing that my blown out urethra does is make me pee to the left. No, to the right. No, to the left. It's weird because I can aim my dick perfectly in the toilet. To the right. My dick points to the left, my pee comes out to the right, which is very funny because I have to aim at the left side. I have to aim at the left toilet seat to hit the center of the bowl. But like my dick naturally sort of aims at the left toilet seat anyway. So like it's not that big of a deal. It still kind of comes out straight. But yeah, like if this is my pee hole, my pee comes out like that. Because this side of my urethra, the left side of my urethra is blown out. Someone's gonna get smushed. You don't want to know? Oh, I'm sorry. Attach the straws. No, I gotta figure it out. I've always said it's like it'll be my true test of trust with somebody to let me pee between their legs, because I'd have to aim at like their thigh. Trust me. How far did he shoot? All right. In the theoretical scenario, is this pee? They're facing me sitting on the toilet in my imagination, in my fantasy lands, my true test. I used to have a girlfriend when I was a teenager that every time she'd go sit down to pee, I'd like, I mean, just let me pee between your legs. Like, why wait? And that's where I came up with the idea of a true test of trust. Oh, it wasn't a shirt, a cameo in it? Oh, is that the Ryan Reynolds movie that got YouTubers in it? It seems reasonable. Oh no, Blue Boy. They coming. It's because a water jet cut their leg off. Exactly. Hydro excavate. Speaking of peeing at your girlfriend, I've heard of a weird number of dudes who piss on their girlfriend in the shower and think it's funny. It's not funny. Who did the same shit that I was fucking with. Yeah, I've heard it like quite a few times in my years. Not as much now that I'm a grown ass man and like, you know, grown ass men are at least slightly more intelligent. Barely. I can see doing it with your wife, but not your girlfriend. Whatever the case may be, it's not okay. I can't see doing that with anyone. Well, I did piss on my friend once, but like, we weren't dating. And I did it to disrespect him because I was a bad friend. But that's different. It was an intentional disrespect. He probably didn't have it coming. You learned about your friend when you were both 27? Yeah, I had a friend when I was in my 20s that did it too. And then I have I have a fun fascination with asking women about the stupid things men do. Because it's fucking hilarious and disgustingly sad. But also funny at how stupid people are, you know? It's... We really are the worst. Just the worst. Yeah, that cooler is nowhere near big enough. Massive shroom room. It's barely feeding them somehow. We struggled to get through last winter, so I'm trying to get way ahead on food. Thank you for filling that room with meat. Delicious floor meat. I could make a second cooler down here. Is all my other mining done? Not quite. How did this one get left alone? That's the one that's gonna crush you. Wait, mine this one first. Damn it. Oh wait, don't do that yet. You'll die. Is it not realistic? No, it's the opposite, I think, Bear. I think not surviving in, or surviving in a non-mountain base is easier. It just, the mountain is fun to work through, you know, and work arounds, and it's a bit of exploration. You don't know what's in here and run into resources or open up areas like we have twice here. I tried that once, Convex. It didn't work very well. Yeah, with new mortars, they might be harder to be in an open area. I don't know. Mortars were never an issue. You're beating my meat? Angel Raider, please don't beat my meat. This isn't connected to the power grid. They buffed mortars. Yeah. They're more accurate. Well, they buffed and nerfed them. They're more accurate, but they have barrels that have to be replaced, and you can't craft those barrels yourself. But they've added a lot of new mortars since I used to play open, not mountainous. Like the auto mortars for the mechs. Those didn't exist when I used to play open fields. I only did it a couple times and went, this is boring. Muddy Buddy Mudkip, thank you for 62 months. He's beating my meat again. Just a little meat beater, Angel. I have never seen the ability to get a mortar shield. You can get the bullet shields, which are really, like, necessary for fighting mechs if you don't want death, I think. That's too close. I don't know that I even have enough resources for that. I don't have enough steel. Oh, yes, I do. We just haven't gone and gotten it. Fiesta of Spiritism. Can't wait to Fiesta. Is that speakers? I think that's speakers. And a light ball. just remembered. Is it 6, not 5? We're gonna call 5 good, because I'm not doing that well on components. And alright, I lied. I have enough. Fine. Fine. Turkey self-tamed. I left my gate up for some reason. I don't need any more meat. I just realized I don't have end tables. Let's blow that value up, huh? I don't know that I ever got a bed for Tyronin. What did I do here? Why is this like this? I hate it. I don't think I actually have that much slate. I do. That'll take a minute. Wish I had more social people. I have one guy with social skill. About getting advanced components. No, we don't care about that, right? Oh no, that unlocks advanced components. Okay. So someday we'll care about that. Not yet. Hey, reloaded. Transporter crash. The last time I took this quest, it landed in here. I was mad. I mean, just give me the goodwill, I guess. I always think I'm gonna have time to run out there and defend him, and then I don't. I better just run out there now. We just gotta hang out, guys. Angel Raider, where's your weapon? There ain't much cover. Oh. Shit. Cougar revenge. Ow. Why are they shooting me? That's fucking rude. The cougar's getting them. catch that jackal. Oh, you didn't get close enough? Get him! Idiots. Fools. No, haul back humans. They're worth way more to me than the damn weapons are. Oh, we missed one. Thought that buffalo was dead. He just sleepy. Yep, there's Angel. I don't know where we're putting all these bodies. Outside. Good spot for them. Fresh. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I'm drunk. I didn't realize it was two. Yeah, I do need I need a second freezer. Because I can't really make that one bigger. I wish there was somewhere I could do one really quick, but I don't think there is. No, the only mod I have is the cleaning zone. The difficulties... blood and dust, I think, still. Shit. It's like the worst place, man. And shitty timing. It's what? 6 hives? Good guys, yes, get into a fight. Oh. And you beat him to death. Angel Raider beat him to death. Alright, that's my first death. Thank you, bug friends. Guys. Guys. Yes, yes. Incapable of violence. I know. Alright, I gotta come up with a cooler immediately. Can I fuck with this thing yet? I'm gonna hope so. Oh, power's too far from that. Still my best option. Could use another table. I didn't see a penalty. Please, bro. Bro. Oh my god, there's more. Will this work actually? I need to bury a dude too, huh? You're gonna be buried in here. Enjoy. I don't want all these corpses going bad. That's good insect and human meat, our favorites. I think I'll wait to do that till tomorrow. I don't want to cancel all these dressers and stuff, but I got more important fish to fry. I'll just cancel the dressers. I need to have this stupid party. Don't smash the speakers, bro. The meat. I've never seen him go and smash meat so often. Oops. That was supposed to be after you ate, but here we are. Did I ever finish converting somebody else that needed to be converted? I don't think I did. Nope. It's Angel Raider. You're feeding that pig human meat? We don't need to store insect jelly in here. I think that's about all the bugs hauled in, isn't it? Appears to be. I don't want these pigs. You can have them. Wow, that's not great odds. Let's go for it anyway. Lurker Ant, thank you for the 5 months. He's not even all the way on the table. That's rude. Destrina, hi, thanks for the 61 months. Masterful? Is that motherfucker converted then? Doubt it. He is. Oh yeah, you got a lot of turrets to rebuild, huh? These don't need to be rebuilt. Let's have us a dance party. Ns, 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 ns. Terrible? I get 6 speakers and it's terrible. 96% it said. It's XCOM. forget to build a cooler on that side? Yup. Few items to trade, I'll take them. It said 94%, but yeah, I thought cleanliness might affect it a bit. I wasn't hoping for masterful or anything, but, you know, not terrible would have been cool. Can't move this, can I? No. That's not allowed. Oh, I didn't make like shit? I forgot to set. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You wanna buy my dumb pig and my dumb turkey? Wait. No, it's the beacon. How did that speaker... Okay. Okay. This isn't it. Where'd all that insect jelly just go? Did they move some in here, or am I drunk? Oh, they did move some in there. Bring me more insect jelly. Peanut butter and insect jelly. Yum, yum, yum. Wonderful. all I really care about. I need to get back to tailoring though. I didn't realize I had let it slip. Medicine? Nah. Need to get to launching junk clothes into space. I have a tree, I just haven't planted because I don't have enough. I don't have a lot of plant folk. I have a sad number of plant folk. Goodbye, bulk goods trader. Man, those are all gonna give people food poisoning. This is one messy ass kitchen. Oh, really? They can't do trees with the psychically deaf? Didn't know they were psychically linked to the tree. Thought it was more of a sexual link. Alright, this is done. Now the question is, how do I want to do it? I guess I'll just do it like that. I do have more than one cook. Another tree. You stepped away, welcome back. How to deal with the bugs? They just followed me out to my turrets and died pretty much. Angel Raider got into a fist fight with a man and killed him though. Rest in peace, Mark C. It's fine, they're held open, they don't really... Oh, I guess the outside one's not fine. Oh, I haven't readjusted this shit, huh? Really want to get back to the old research game. Oh, gross. This one they have to walk through that to get to the food. Hate it. Mad. Change it. Actually makes more sense this way anyway. Does it fit? It fits. Beautiful table. Run wild? No. No. Oh, they're running wild because they got trapped? Now I have to arrest him. It's not a very good chance to arrest him, huh? Yeah, 4D will be the best at it. I guess I can keep an eye on him. Try. That's my gun. I would like it back. Grr. Really, going wild's like the easiest to get back. Come here, buddy. I could trap him in here, actually. I don't want to kill him trying to arrest him, though. Damn, you can't interact with him very often. Any day now. More components. Oh god, it's 4:30 already? Oh yeah, no animal skill can make it very tough. But you can keep them locked up in prison and they're pretty calm. Anyway, I should sleep, chat. I should do that. Damn it, I didn't get on early enough tonight. I suck. I get my fishing tournament tomorrow, though. There's only 2 left in the year, so I need to be up for that. thank you all for being here. It was fun. Good conversation. I'll be back tomorrow after my fishy. And yeah, we'll kiss.